Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Pluto-Jupiter conjunction of 2020, January 30th, also known as Asteroid Day. Okay, congratulations everybody. You've survived the very first half of 2020, a year that I spent 7.5 years spinning the yarn, telling the tales, trying to get everybody ready for what the future might be kind of like. And so here we are together, you and I. I appreciate you, and I love you. And in honor of Pluto, I'm wearing my Daredevil shirt. I don't know if you ever read comic books, they're cool. So, we're starting the celebration early. Because, I'm not even in a great mood, guys. I'll be honest with you. But it is Asteroid Fight Club, and we have survived the first half of 2020 together. And that was some crazy shit, man. What is up? This is this could be the worst Thor News video you've ever seen. I could put out the minimal amount of good information today. I don't know. I'm keeping the bar really low because it is Asteroid Fight Club. What is up, yo? And I'm still alive, you're still alive. That is the whole point of this video. Sure, yes, with Saturn retrograding back into Capricorn, a journey it began at the end of 2017, the second half of the year is probably going to get crazy. On top of that, Mars is going to be in Aries for 6 months. And then we got our third Jupiter-Pluto conjunction in November. Plus, somewhere out there near the sun, Comet C 2020 F3 Neo-Wise is at a 0.0 magnitude. My face is way too red. My teeth are way too yellow. And I have a lot of scars from the years I have lived. But I love you, and I shall not give up hope. And no, I'm not a Mason, but I'm about to drink out of the Mason jar. I'm gonna grab a beer and some ice. I suggest you do the same. All right, ready, break. Be back in a minute. Probably not even that long. And I will do what I can to talk to you as a good host. Because make no mistake, I recognize I'm still here as host of your time. If you're here with me, then I should be here with you. So we are going full tilt. And I was going to make this video later, but then I was like, okay, then I got to clean my apartment. I was like, heck no, I will just go on early. And I don't even know what this video is about, other than it is Asteroid Day, officially. And we are 6 months into 2020. Dude, it's been a crazy fucking year. You know, man? And the weirdest part about it all, oh, I forgot. I was going to put the ice cubes in it, in front of you guys, for that high quality production value. But I forgot. Or I just did it ahead of time. I screwed it up already. All right. At our party, I'm bringing Budweiser. Cheers. May God bless us all. And may we all find a better future together. Thank you for our life, our family, and our friends. And please, God, let the good times begin again. And protect everyone and soothe all hearts feeling anxiety, fear, anger, or confusion. You created the universe, you created us, and I'm sure your creations will continue to be the most amazing things in the universe. Thank you, God. Amen. And at the end of every prayer, I was thinking about my dad and my stepdad, who passed away. Here we go. This is Maker's Mark. This is my whiskey bottle for July. I don't think I've had one since April. Shout out to Tony Rob, me and the fam. Ooh! I just threw that like 6 feet into a trash can. And it was all wobbly. How about that? Does that seem like enough? Does that seem like a good bit? Cheers. I think this is sipping whiskey. Okay. That'll give you your money's worth. I didn't want to do this. I'm tired of working. I tell you, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying Planetary Defense Commander's not a whole lot of fun. Recommending that everybody move towards peace and stop hating your brother and stop letting the billionaires and trillionaires pull the wool over our eyes again and again and again and again and again and again and again has been fucking frustrating. You know? I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but India and China are not decreasing their conflict. Whatever started their conflict in 2020, the India-China conflict seems to be getting more conflicty. And I still got a kitchen full of tiny nanobot bugs. They showed up there like 2 years ago and then one day magically went away. And they've been back for like 2 months. I'm like, what do you guys want? And about a month later, the answer is that pineapple that I bought. I threw that thing away. I wasted $3 on a pineapple I never ate. And now I feel pineapple guilt. People might be like, hey, I'm never sending that dude money again. He wasted a motherfucking pineapple. Tried not to waste it. All right. I love you. What I've been doing for fun and good information is reading a Nostradamus quatrain that covers a whole year. And so, out of all of his quatrains, this was the only quatrain that mentioned the word plague multiple times in multiple months. And so we have been following it like a loose roadmap of things we may want to look out for in the future together. Obstacles that might come our way. Challenges that might present themselves, you and I together. And so, we have made it through June. And allow me to grab my glasses. June was in widowhood, as many males as females. And the worldwide death total is reported to be about 500,000. Just from the plague, not counting other normal circumstances. The life of great monarchs to be in danger. And oh, let me tell you, I feel that shit. But we're all in danger, man. On a day like today, we are all in fucking danger. So smoke them if you got them. Am I worried? No. Oh, so last night, Maker's Mark whiskey is pretty smooth. The real test on whiskey comes the day after. All right. What's it talking about? So last night I had a nightmare, man. It was like a chain nightmare where life was like a video game. I was having to jump across like cities and lakes and being chased by like dinosaur piranhas, and it lasted a long time, but I kept barely staying one step ahead, whether it was the lava or the people or the ray guns. Maggie's Channel Giant. Thank you. And so, I was like, I could die any second for a couple hours during Dreamland. And I woke up and was like, oh, dude, I'm totally still alive. That's awesome. Why was my best friend of days yonder, Taylor and Selena and their friends all trying to kill me? I do not know. And then when did I get so good at like jumping out of giant buildings and then landing in an ocean? I'd never been good at that shit before. And then where did those like alien serpents come from? They were fast as shit. How did I get to be so fast? And how did I learn to fly again? But I escaped and evaded death all throughout the nightmare. So much so that when I woke up, I was happy. So like, oh, awesome, I did not die. And all the people who were aggressively trying to kill me are no longer here. But it was a trippy dream. And then I was like, oh yeah, this is the Pluto Jupiter conjunction. I imagine at some point Pluto's sitting there looking at Jupiter and Jupiter's like, what the fuck is your problem, man? I try to be open and fair with everyone, but I gotta honestly say Plutonian energy is not my favorite. And if any of the nanobugs show up in the camera, then say hi to them. Hey, where we? We're in June. So technically, I've been calling myself the King of America since 1999 or something. And I mean the Americas. And so when it says monarch in danger, I assumed I was on that list. But fuck, I'm always in danger. Asterisk. And it's just better to treat 2020 like you were in danger and your family's in danger. So play defense. The better defense you play, the higher survival chance you have. Though surviving in a crappy world does not sound like a winning proposition. So the overall goal of Asteroid Fight Club is to prevent civilization from collapsing and improve everything. Anything that can be improved, improve that shit. Make it better. We've been on the fucking petroleum engine since like 1968. It's the best power we can come up with. Politics is total bullshit. For 7.7 years of Thor News, I've been like, I hate politics. I don't hate people, but fuck, I hate politics. And can't believe you dipshits but buy this crap. And I love you. We need a whole new system. So it's like any word I use is going to trigger somebody. And then it's going to reflexively be negative back at me. Or like, kneel before Agenda 2030. I'm like, fuck you, man. I ain't kneeling before anybody. I'd probably even get on one of those tall-ass bicycles to propose to my future 3 wives. Like, hey, ladies, you want to marry me or what? All right, now I'm just playing. We're jumping around here. I'm looking at old artwork. And here we see our hero, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white Satori Ray Jones. Technically, it's me. And then he's up against the 3 pyramids of Mars, who've been ruling on Earth since at least JFK was shot, right? And so he goes to greet him, hey, and they have these little legs, and then they crawl forward to meet Satori. He's like, oh shit. So this is like, boom, fast forward in the future into a little library. Satori has not had a good time over the next 6 months since his meeting with the damn pyramids. And then I guess this panel is where we're at. I drew dinosaur. You guys see it? I drew that. Colored it too. See, it's got a sun in its tail. I plan to draw more in the future. Oh yeah, we're still in Nostradamus. and I'm still here with you. In life, the life of great monarchs to be in danger. And so, as me, like, we're in a power vacuum right now. As everything is changing, as we watch socialism, communism, capitalism utterly collapse before us, that the people who have money and power are doing what they can to front run and pre-position themselves and everybody else. So what they've basically been doing is using the last 6 months to figure out what is going on and then put themselves in a good position for the next 10 years while distracting everybody. Hey, go protest. Hey, go run out and kiss the zombies on the fucking mouth. I don't even like zombie movies, man, because there's no good dialogue and there's no hero. And so I need comedy in my life if I'm trying to improve it. But for like 20 years, y'all have been fucking obsessed with zombies, which is really weird because thank you, MAGA's gentle giant. Because the zombie is a metaphor for the consumer. I believe the original Day of the Dead, George Romero, said that, like, that's why it took place in malls and areas because it's like the masses, the mob, trying to consume your individual brain power. Like, if you had the ability to be a free thinker, that, like, so the mob comes after you like brains. So now we got a plague here on Earth. And if the metaphor were correct, the same people who don't believe in the plague would be running straight to the zombies. Like, hey, zombie, let me give you an open, wet mouth French kiss. And so, but I've always said that at some point, if, like, let's say you take 7 billion people out of the equation, and we're just down to the 2,000 billionaires or 2,000 trillionaires. And so, like, take the other 7 billion people out of the equation. In a power vacuum, the YouTubes, specifically the truth community, has tried to convince you that all 2,000 of those billionaires are totally fucking united. That, like, they are best friends, they have sleepovers, they check all their notes and plans together every single day. And so that they're unified, and they're not. So it's been something I've been trying to explain, that, like, if we get to a power vacuum point, and we are fast approaching, that it then becomes where it's been, like, let's say the people are the sheep, right? In a metaphorical sense, a biblical sense, they're sheep. And so they've just been leading them around, and they've been putting on their little sheep plays. But at some point, the 2,000, the real war becomes between each other. Becomes versus your, like, micro sector, your data sector, your laser sector, your good old-fashioned bullets sector, your poison sector, your aerosol sector, your simple old-fashioned bomb sector. Like, you've got all the like 2,000 power players. That doesn't even count the 20,000 craftsmen who are the best at everything they do, but they have been gate-kept from the billions. So like, you've got, like, your big battle. A large portion of the second half of 2020 is going to be between the richest people on the planet. Going to be between those who have standing armies. It's going to be between those who have nuclear weapons, which is a 1940s term, or anything above that type of destruction power. And then we'll work it out. It's like, if a shiper snot me now, I'd be like, I loved everybody, I did my best, but damn, I was tired. Woo! Hello, nanobugs. I love you, nanobots. They're different microdust. But, So I've been making big wild predictions my whole life. Quite a few I made in 2017, but I made a whole lot more way before that. I love you guys. Oh, hey. These are just notes I took. I take notes on stuff sometimes. Or I used to. Back before I was plugged in the Matrix 24 hours a day. I am interested in the evolution of intelligence. Carl Sagan. I am interested in the evolution of spirit and all things. Me. See, I signed it, so I know that it was my quote. So yeah, Carl Sagan was interested in the evolution of intelligence. And I've been more obsessed with the evolution of cool. And cool is a very beautiful divine term in my opinion. Well, like you can get too smart for your own good. But in the pure essence of coolness, you can never get too cool for your own good. I mean, it means to know, to speak when appropriate, to be quiet when appropriate, and to tell a good joke anytime you can. Cheers, Asteroid Fight Club. I don't even know, but there's so much I don't know. At the bottom, the end of every single day, there is so much happening I do not know. And there's so much happening you do not know. And there's so much happening the internet does not know. There's so much motherfucking happening right motherfucking now. And I'm very grumpily happy that I'm still alive. Yeah, I think you should let Generation X come up with a plan to remake the whole world. To make everything better. Because at this point in time, the Federal Reserve is buying the debt of Berkshire Hathaway, which is Warren Buffett, of Pepsi and Coke, of Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase. Like, the Federal Reserve is now buying their debt. I mean, you know, it'd be like if they stepped in and were like, hey man, we're gonna pay off your student loans, you know, the other half you got on your car and then your house, we're gonna buy that shit. We're gonna step in and buy everybody's debt. But they aren't buying the individual's debt. They are spending billions of dollars daily buying the corporate debt. Which is a whole new level of whatever fucking capitalist bullshit they're selling. Capitalism is fucking dead, bro. Capitalism has been dead since 2008. Remember when 7 banks failed on the same day and they had to give them a blank check. Since then, the money men have ruled with an iron fist of green, tricking the red and the blue into thinking the only thing they had to do over the next decade was vote twice. That's all they're asking you to do is vote twice in a decade and then spend the other time complaining about politics every free second you get. Oh yeah, also remember that lately, YouTube, for my live videos, probably because the music I play, has been like, hey man, your shit is blocked worldwide. So, this could get blocked mysteriously, or I could just delete it altogether if the whiskey train goes off the fucking rails. Who knows what I'm going to say, because I have so much to say. But I feel like I've said it all already. That's good whiskey though. Wait. Thank you, Summer. I write the shit down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank y'all. Yeah, I like to be funny. And I like to try to put smiles on your faces. While trying to get to 2,000 people not to fuck everything up majorly. That's why I don't... It's the whiskey talking. Shout out to the big blue trucks. Love everybody on my defense team. I appreciate every single one of you. And I haven't lost positivity. I just need to work this shit out. The first 6 months were pretty wild. You know? Although I'd give us a C minus, maybe even a C. People may get offended at that grade, but I'm just saying that there's so many, like I'm, to this day, that like every day we get past 2015 is still a monumental day. Like there's so much happening, and that society's been injected with hate, blame, anger every single day for like 20 years. The world was a better place, asterisk, before the digital shit came along, man. Humans were more human. Now we're more human than human. So I haven't given up hope. My sense of humor seems to have gone away. And, you know, you don't have to believe that the planets have their own energy. You don't have to believe in Pluto. You don't have to believe in Mars. You don't even have to believe in Jupiter. But I do. And so, when Jupiter and Pluto are in a line, I'm Sagittarius, Capricorn, Gemini. Sagittarius is Jupiter. So like I'm a super Jupiter guy. I'm jovial, I'm a little heavy set. You know, I got these big dreams, and so I'm Jupiter to the core. But I'm always like running forward with my bow, focused on the truth. And that Pluto's the underworld. So from the time from 1990 to 2018, I would leave my house, and I've said this several times, that like I have spoken to multiple billionaires in person. We're talking multiple, I don't know, 5 to 10, maybe even over. And often those conversations were over 3 hours. It's me and the billionaire. And so I get a lot of people sometimes in the comment section barking at me. Like somehow the level of information and like where they're equal to Planetary Defense Commander is me. Where like somehow they've dedicated their whole life to this and they've been doing this since they were 7 years old. And they're like, hey man, I know as much as you. I'm like, so it gets frustrating. And I go back to like the 2015 period of flat earthers, where you just had flat earthers yelling bumper stickers in your face. And I do not mean this disrespectfully to flat earthers, because until I have a jetpack or we have a space truck and can get up into the upper atmosphere, go to the moon, or see what's happening, we do not know. I would definitely guess it's round, because everything is round and there's a lot of strength and hydrostatic equilibrium. But I'm just saying, I don't know. And it is interesting because the charismatic guy from the NASA channel, who was like the head of the flat earth community on YouTube, he always had unlimited amounts of money and was a great painter. In many ways, he's like Diamond from the Oppenheimer Ranch project, where somehow he's always got unlimited amounts of money and is pushing the counter, you know, instead of the earth getting warmer, it's getting colder. Instead of the earth being round, it's getting flatter. You know? I'm just saying, so like 2020 has a real fucking, where like 40% of the people believe in flat earth. Only it's not a flat earth, it's that the plague isn't even real. They're like, people are not dying across the globe of some brand new fucking virus thingy. And at 0 point in time, I'm getting nano bugs in my whiskey. No, they're staying outside, thankfully. All right. And so I haven't been doing a lot of coronavirus updates in the last week, just because the amount of vitriol that comes at me after I do them, it's unsettling. And it makes me fucking sad that 43% of my Asteroid Fight Club members are that wrong. I'm like, bitch, didn't you learn anything in 7.7 years? Whether the Bible or Nostradamus or I had warned you about plagues, that when a plague showed up at the Saturn-Pluto conjunction, when karma and the underworld got together to give us our gift for the last decade, when we got paid in karma for whatever we'd accomplished over the last decade, we got a plague. And it sounds like that plague has spawned other plagues. Because it is like our own inner energy is manifesting shit straight into the pre-5D, 3D. Oh, don't worry, I didn't say 5G, because that would have made 11% of people's heads explode. And I'm not here to make your head explode, baby. What's it talking about? I don't even know. Sometimes it is dangerous to give someone their own channel and a bottle of whiskey. Though I hear YouTube has been getting rid of Nazis. But I'm like, can I please tell you something that Captain America 2 and Operation Paperclip told us? Is that Nazis are irrelevant. They are a antique. Because Hydra bought out the Nazis. So, since the 60s or 70s, we've been dealing with Hydra. One of the manifestos of Hydra is to cause as much disruption, whether it be through racism, sexuality, religion. Their job is to make everybody miserable, to gaslight everyone, to make sure that everyone is confused, to put out a million crappy options on top of the truth. Their job is to pour as much schadenfreude into society as possible. That is Hydra. Though I hear that when Hydra members have gotten the coronavirus and been on their hospital bed unable to breathe, they have found Jesus or God or both. Like that old quote, nobody dies an atheist. I don't mean to make it trigger everybody today. It's a whiskey day. We made it through the first 6 months. And look, I don't want to get into petty egoic shit, but like, there's a whole official asteroid program, and never once has the asteroid program said, hey, Thor, good job. Like, They have it over multi-nations with multiple space agencies, multiple groups. And for all my years of Asteroid Fight Club, they've never been like, hey, dude, we appreciate your work. You know, raising awareness about fucking asteroids. So it's not like I'm like, it's not that I'm like, oh man, I'm not getting the credit I deserve. But it's like, it's just so fucking weird that no one is ever allowed to say that I'm good at what I do. Nobody's ever allowed to publicly say that me does a good job at Planetary Defense Command or the whole giant fucking burrito of planetary risk and defense. And that is frustrating. I put out good information. Like I said, I was warning y'all in February to get ready for lockdowns in the middle of March. Guess what? Lockdowns showed the fuck up. So then, I've been trying to tell you guys that lockdowns are coming back. And so I get tons of people yelling at me, talking about like, I'm a fucking deep stater or I'm a fucking Freemason, or like, when lockdowns are coming back. We have fucked up this plague so badly. We have even we've gone over my estimates of how bad we would handle this shit. Thank you. Magus Gentle Giant added good dialogue. He said, watch how you say burrito. Burrito. Oh, another thing I want to do, if the whiskey will allow me, is I want to try and take every race's stereotyped accent and meld it into one and then make it an extremely unoffensive. So I'm taking... Technically, we call it 2020 Cockney. Like, oh, blimey, this fucking whiskey type is delicious. I am glad you're here for me drinking now. This a poor whiskey. See, that was me trying to combine every accent in the world to make it totally unoffensive to anybody. And I would like to thank my guest star, little nanobot, who are definitely buzzing like I'd never seen before. I think it's because I threw their pineapple away. And like I said, I have pineapple guilt. I should have cut that pineapple up and eaten it, but I did not. But it became a good prop if you missed out on that show where I pontificated about pineapples for an hour or so. I don't know, time is weird to gauge. And looking back, like, if I could have simplified from day one, I would have tried to explain to everybody, wear a fucking mask. Wear a fucking mask. Like, whatever you do, wear a fucking mask. And if you are going to not wear a mask and hang out with people, make sure that you calculated that it is worth it. During, when SpaceX launched human beings, astronauts, to the rocket, I went and hung out with Harlequin and Obi-Wan Jr. I think I even smoked a bong on camera. I don't know what was in it. But, Elon didn't kill astronauts. And I had to apologize to Elon, which I did. You can go back if you got it. Sometimes my mouth keeps running. You combine my paranoia with my mouth and it goes too far sometimes. And so, yeah, I would have been more clear and direct on wearing a mask. It's like shit totally fell apart at the end of May. Texas was doing super until the end of May. I had expressly told everyone, like, play maximum defense and figure out the situation until July 4th. And look, we have not ruled out that someone created the fucking virus and unleashed it for nefarious purposes. Because clearly we have seen the billionaires' wealth super multiply in these 5 months. So anytime you have an event, you look at who benefited from this, who profited from this. And so you can clearly see who profited. But either way, them creating it and unleashing it, or this being the universe, the solar minimum that created it and unleashed it, the signs are play defense, man. That every problem we never solved is here at our doorstep in 2020. And I have said, I do not believe either baby boomer, Trump, or Biden have the solutions to what the world needs right now, or our country. And remember, dude, America has pretty much treated Mexico, Central America, and South America like Dobby and the fucking elves in Harry Potter. We have benefited, used and abused third world labor since we came over. And so 2 things are going to happen. Either or. Over the next week, the deaths for the coronavirus are going to explode. Or the deaths are not going to explode. Hospitalizations in Texas have gone from 12 or 1,700 to 5,500. And all the time I hear people saying, that's not that much compared to 370 million people. But I'm Planetary Defense Commander. My job is to save everyone. And that I've always seen 2020 as a pivotal year. And so if you are okay losing 100,000 people, mostly over the age of 60, to this virus, you are not an Asteroid Club member. You're technically, you're not a good Christian. Technically, you fucked up somewhere along the way. There's this Twilight Zone episode. Why are the bugs all around my phone now? It is okay. It adds fucking production value. There is this Twilight Zone that is one of the most impactful pieces of work on my life. So a guy shows up, knock, knock, knock at the door. For example, today, somebody knocked at my door, bang, bang, bang. I was like, who is it? They were quiet. They knocked again. Thank you, Susan. They knocked again, bang, bang, bang. I said, I was sleeping at the time because I've been trying to sleep throughout this entire Jupiter-Pluto conjunction. Any moment I can spend sleeping, I'm cool with that other than feeling this energy alive and awake. Because it does not feel good. Pluto is not my favorite energy. And so they didn't answer. I knocked again, knock, knock, knock. I was like, who is it? And then they said they were selling tamales door to door. And which sounded like a great deal, but I don't have any cash. And so I just stayed quiet and they moved on. I did not answer my door. And that has been the thing that, like, I've had, I don't know, 10 to 20 people knock on my door in the last 4 months. And I'm like, I ain't answering, motherfucker. You know? Like if Selena Gomez starts singing, I love you like a love song, babe, when I'm like, who is it? And she starts singing, you know, that song, then I would probably answer the door. I would answer the door to 11 women on the planet and my mom or my sister or my brother, stepsister. Other than that, hell no. Dude, we are in pandemic situations. Let me go all the way back to... So this guy knocks on the door. It's, I don't know, 50s, 60s. It's Twilight Zone. And he was like, hello. They open the door and it's a salesman. And the salesman says, can I come in? I've got a button. And if you press this button, someone will die. And I will pay you $1 million. But the person who dies, you don't know them. You've never met them. You've never seen them in your life. And so it's that simple. If you press the button, you die. Or no. Other people you don't know die. And so the couple's like, can we think about it? And he's like, sure, you got 24 hours. So he leaves the button with them. And it's in like a wooden box. They take apart the wooden box. They see there's like nothing connected to the button. Nobody would know. It's a husband and wife. And they're like, you know, if we do get $1 million, we can have kids. We can buy a nicer house. We get a pool. We get 3 cars. We can go to the opera. We can hold stock in Tesla and Berkshire Hathaway. We can have really morbidly obese, toxic political opinions that we can just bullhorn into people's faces without regard. But if he's right, somebody might die. They're like, yeah, we don't know them. We've never seen them. We've never met them. Never going to meet them. And so they're like, fuck it. Let's push the button. And so they push the button. And then like within a minute, ding dong, the dude shows back up at the door. It's like, here's your $1 million in a briefcase. And they're like, wait, what? And they're like, yes, someone you did not know, someone you've never met, has died. Thank you. And they're like, wait, what are you going to do now? And the guy's like, oh, I'm going to go offer this deal to another couple. But don't worry, you don't know them, you've never met them, and you've never seen them before in your life. Meaning that they were like the next person that pushed the button, they're dead. Now, this does not correlate to the hit the button of Thor News, because the button that I've always wanted you to hit is the like Astonishers, Asteroid Fight Club. I'm old school. The #1 button that we liked was on our Walkman that just said play. And so when I ask you to hit the button represents playing. The button represents fun. Like a video game, like whatever you do for this moment in time when you are hitting this button, you are going to enjoy life. So when I'm asking you to come back to hit the button, I'm going to do what I can to help you enjoy life. Though it's gotten harder. I don't know if you remember correctly. When I started Thor News in 2012, at the end of 2012, up until about 2016, all of my videos were edited. Before I put out my content, it was always finely edited. And then after like 2016, you know, it has devolved to like 5% of my videos are edited. Oh, things change, man. So the whole point is that like that couple, it's like so easy for people to hate or judge or be okay with a lot of people outside of their zone dying or being mistreated or tortured. But at the end of the day, you are those people, man. That like fuck your invisible national borders. You're all human beings. You're all the children of God. We're all here together. We've all been doing life together. Now, I love my nation, America, but I hate nationalism. It is like the dumbest shit ever. It is like whatever powerful conquistador, king, or emperor was like, okay, I own these lines and we will fight wars to like solidify these risk lines. It is always the most bullshit anti-human being shit. And you could then foment your own horrible religion or racism based off your fucking nation. If your nation is all white, it's easy to hate fucking anyone who's not white. See Germany, twice. World War I, World War II. Germany was like, let's kill everybody who does not look like us. And Germany couldn't have done that shit without nationalism, without invisible lines. And then they transferred into flags. Where like, you can have 1 billion people die under the flag, but as long as you keep the flag alive, you are fine. And the flag is not alive. Anyway, I'm gonna go get more ice. And today, Elon Musk said, hey, you know what? Universal basic income is a good idea. And yeah, it's good fucking... We're going to be dealing with this plague for 2 more years. Minimum. And as the Nostradamus passage suggested earlier, that the plagues will multiply. Just like these nanobugs. But in those predictions that I made back in the day, 2017, I left myself notes. And I said, you know what? It's not going to get better until around the 9th month of 2020. So we are 2/3 there, me and you. They did a poll where they asked Americans, how many of us think all of America's headed in the right direction? And 5% voted yes, we are all headed in the right direction. And so that as a group, we kind of acknowledge that like 2020 is fucked up. 2020 is not the funnest party celebratory year we have ever had. But that is okay, because sometimes you got to hit rock bottom before you get a full collection on all the actual data and information you are dealing with. And I gotta say, one glass of whiskey has cheered me up. And talking to you, baby, has cheered me up. Dating is fucked up. Thanks. I'll be back. But mention that I love you. However much was in this. But part of this is a celebration. Because I've lost 10 pounds in the last whatever. And so, with dreams being off the hook in 2020, and just the way it is, where like, I don't feel safe, asterisk. I don't think anyone should feel safe. I think there might be a giant event coming, like the middle of the United States falling into the fucking ocean and hundreds of millions dying after a giant earthquake. Like, you could have a singular warhead detonate. Like, I don't know. I don't know what 2020 has in store for us. You know, dreaming about almost dying every second. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I appreciate being alive. Although sometimes it gets frustrating. And the universe is like showing us in our face that we need a better system. It's like the pandemic. The people said, oh, by the way, if we do come up with a vaccine or a treatment, the vial treatment you will need is like $3,200. And so you can times, without any of the trigger bullshit, you can times 370 million Americans buy $3,000. It's a pretty good payday for that shit. And it's structurally impossible. And I think the hardest part of my job is that I always have to look for solutions outside of violence. Where like I cannot pinpoint the top 30 people who are making life more difficult for everybody else and then say, oh, by the way, super forces on Earth, take all these motherfuckers out. Take out, like, kill the 30 people who are making the other 7 billion people's lives. That's not how we do it. That's not how you get it done. That's not how you defeat Skull Tower and the fucking evil furnace. And so please understand that at the end of the day, especially if you're trying to fucking one-up my Christian credentials, that I am always looking for peaceful solutions. And one of the reasons that I'm still alive today is that I'm not recommending killing other people as a solution to a problem. And let me tell you, people on the right sure went way overboard with that shit over the last year. Where it went anywhere from like kill Hillary to kill all the Democrats. Which is some of the most satanic shit you can think of. Earthlings are not your enemy. The system is your enemy. It was kind of like if you wanted to be super famous, they had to have something on you. They had to be able to blackmail you with something to keep you in line. That may or may not be true, but I'm pretty sure that's fucking true, man. But though technically like 99% of us have something on us that they could produce that would make the masses not like us. And for the 1 or 2%, that is not true. They can digitally create it through a technology released in the early 2000s called deepfake. kind of like, if you noticed, you know, the apps that show you your face, and you can like switch faces with your girlfriend or boyfriend, or you can like be a zombie, or you can be a Dracula. Like, if you'll notice, all the major apps that can alter your face are owned by like Facebook or Google. Like, if you're not one of the top 6 narrative providers, then you're not going to get access to the deepfake technology. Although, I think a lot of those same groups and the famous people have been misusing, some of the famous people, the deepfake technology for over a decade, clearly, easily. Whatever, it's 2020. Cheers. Sustainable development. Yeah. It's like if you spreadsheeted out the basic cost of feeding everyone, giving everyone electricity, giving everyone a place to stay. Like, if you spreadsheeted out the providing everyone on the planet with the absolute very basics, you would find it is much cheaper than you were ever led to believe. And so we are fucking bumping our heads like we are straight into the wall. Like, we are at the wall right now. All of us, every single human being. We're at the wall of the future. And that we are all the deciders of our future. We are all creating and manifesting our future together. So when I was younger, before Thor News, I wrote, I know, like 11 or 12. These are complete screenplays. This one is like 101 pages. I wrote this one in June 20th, 1995. A totally complete screenplay. If you want to think that you are a great thinker and have a good imagination, I motherfucking challenge you to write an entire screenplay, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and then have it good enough. You can hand it out. This is technically, you can see the note. It's a 4th draft. When it was the first draft, it was like 142 pages. They make you cut it down. So like, I finished this one of 11. That was called Detour to Austin. It later got shortened to Detour. Here is that action film that I show you all the time, called Satori Ray Jones' Blue-Eyed White Tiger. It is 141 pages for this draft. Although I wrote so many drafts of this fucking thing you won't even believe. And so, it's 141 pages, beginning, middle, and end. And if you look at the very first scene, it's like, exterior, backyard, American farmhouse. It is the early 1960s. But yeah, I wrote 11 of these. Technically, they're like complete movies. And I wrote movies just because I love doing it. It comes naturally. Up until I started my YouTube channel. And so, like, I'm on the positive crew. I'm on the we are going to make it crew. I'm on the we are going to avoid the worst case scenario together. And things are going to improve. Crew. I always have been. I'm 100,000% world peace, man. Every fucking fiber of my body. Everything that I believe in. I am ready to be done with war. I am ready to take the next step into the future. I am ready to learn the truth about aliens, technology, like whatever the fuck comes next. But it seems like a lot of people are safe in their politician will save us mentality. And they will do anything to protect the old system. As I've mentioned before, I have a belief that I'm going to survive the next 10 years. And so I'm kind of worried about, like, what is the next 10 years going to be? Like, if I'm going to be here for 10 years, I'd like it to be decent, good, awesome. I try to avoid politics as much as I can. Dude, I do. Oh, Lord Jesus and the mother God. But I gotta say, if Trump does not get elected, then he's a lame duck with 5 months to go. If Trump does get elected, he's a lame duck after 2 years. And that he has not displayed in any capacity the imagination that will give America and the world a foundation to build upon for the next 10 years. And so that is what we are looking for. The Astonishers, Asteroid Fight Club, America, the Americas, and Earth. We are looking for a foundation we can all build upon and work towards over the next 10 years. The second half of 2020 will be about us figuring out a 10-year plan. And I have watched a chain of fucking horrible decisions for years, man. That this shit is very frustrating to me. And so I operate with a bit of strategic, calculated, reckless abandon. And it's like the superhero creed. Ooh. H-Town. Hell yeah. Thank you. And I love H-Town. And I was disappointed to watch H-Town to undergo exterior influence on how to handle the plague. And I felt at the end of the day, it's partially my responsibility for failing not only fucking Houston, but I failed Texas. That I got weak during the last month or two Because informing people about wearing masks and playing defense got to be such a fucking beatdown that I became my weaker self and somehow did not stand up every day against all the fucking flathead flat earthers about plagues to remind all Texans that, like, we are not done. I thought I'd made it clear that we are playing maximum defense until July 4th. And then on July 4th, we will figure out our next fucking plan for the next 6 months. I wish I would have closed strong, and I did not. That we are Texas. We are like the lighthouse of lighthouses in the United States of America. Like, I feel like Texas is the heart of the United States. And that every single day, it is our job to rise above national politics. That Texas runs itself. And that I believe if one single state or place in the world could say, I am a nation, and I don't need any other nations, it is Texas and Texans. And just as Benjamin Netanyahu a couple years ago called home all Jews, and sometimes there's like a power where, like, you could call home all Texans and say, pull everybody back, guard the lighthouse, and the lighthouse is Texas. And disregard any information coming outside of Texas. Texas does not need a president of the United States. And I do not mean that with disrespect. I mean that as an expectation that the Texans that have raised me, a person born in Illinois, have learned. And that at the end of the day, in all the shit we've been dealing with since 2015, there are people who would be more than happy to drop half of Texas, along with Louisiana and all the states leading up to the Great Lakes, into the fucking ocean. So that being Texas and a Texan is a tightrope that we all walk together as Texans. And so that whereas like President Trump has been running the United States aggressively from the White House, I have been doing my best to run planetary defense from Houston, Texas. Although I did spend 45 minutes east of Silicon Valley in California defending them. If you remember the dam situation back in the day, you know what I'm talking about. What was it talking about? Okay. And that, yes, if you had to take the 125,000 Americans, or yes, you had to take the 500,000 Earthlings that have died from the coronavirus and the way it has been handled, you could probably put a dollar tag or a policy points tag on it. Where the more people that die, the more money is made. The more people that die, the more political clout people have to change policy, not necessarily for the better of people. I think if you go back and take all my social media, that like on the day they gave Joe Rogan $30 million and Elon was like, I may be moving some of my shit to Texas, that like MAGA, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, like planted a fucking flag in Texas. Now it's even like, what the fuck? I got motherfuckers talking about me dying or getting killed or assassinated or tortured again. I got motherfuckers saying for the best future of Texas, we gotta get rid of T. And they were not from Texas. And they embodied no spirit or energy of the heart of Texas. They all wash in cash, though. And by crash, I mean crypto. And the majority of the time, my main instinct is like, wish I had a car. I wish I had my 2003 Mustang that I called Batman and drove for 11 years straight. And if I had any problems, I would take it to good mechanics and shit would work out. I just want to drive without a destination around Texas and see where the spirit leads me. I do not have a vehicle. From the age of 15 to 20 to 46, I had a car every day. Anywho, car is like a horse, but different. And I've mentioned multiple times, we are getting to a point where you cannot solve your problems by printing money or by killing your competition. Like, collectively, Earth has problems stacking up, bro. Especially with communism, capitalism, and socialism all crumbling. We're talking structures that lasted since at least the 1800s. All of our systems are from the 1800s or older. Everything that 7 billion people are operating on now in our world in 2020 is from at least 100 or 200 years ago. Like everything we're doing now was decided subtly in those ways. And that since the year 2000, We've been working out the deal for the next 1,000 years. And that somehow you and I became the children of all the lower G gods, here together to work out the future. And it's not just Earth. Earth is like a representative of all the planets in the solar system. And it's not just our solar system, then we have a star field around us. So there apparently is a lot of heavy shit going down all around. I'm glad I'm here with you. And now I understand why I drank whiskey, dude. Because this is some heavy shit. I had predictions and shit. Fuck, I missed. We're going through a solar minimum right now. It is a space age deep solar minimum. How low will it go? We do not know. But it has not severely upticked. And so we are still in solar minimum conditions. So when the news rolled out, hey, guess what? We got a pig plague on top of a bat plague. I was like, oh, geez. It's like physically all our sins of God knows how long are manifesting before our eyes. One of the predictions I made was that definitely in 2020, bullies would have a hard fucking time, bro. And bullies had pretty much been undefeated for years, decades maybe. And if you want to break people down into whatever labels you want, through the course of the last 20 years, it does seem like every single label got its turn at power. And so when you got handed, your group got handed the scepter of power, everybody used the scepter to be like, I really hate this group. It's like you've got a scepter of power, you can do whatever you want to. And so like a lot of the groups were saying, I have the scepter, I'm going to punish the group that I really didn't like. That had happened for decades. And it rotated. And so we're at the age of Aquarius, about to go to, we still got 6 more months-ish. And so we gotta stop punishing people. My job is to help end the Spanish Inquisition, which has never really stopped. For lack of a better term, where it seems like human beings and Earth are being used in a Martian, Plutonian, exterior solar system experiment. And so you're all my people, and that whatever forces are torturing my people mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, daily, all day, that I'm ready to be blown into bits, death forever, or achieving a magnificent victory for me, my people, my planet, my solar system, my galaxy. Like, that is where I am at. That is how 2020 totally feels to me. We do live in Sagittarius A galaxy. I am a Sagittarius. And so when I call myself a Star Lord, it is not disrespectful in any way. Like, I'm here to bring better things for everybody and everything here in my galaxy. And the whole be cool, stay cool really, 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 really works for me. And that so we can create a system that thrives without depending on conflict and harm and deception. And it feels like, for a couple thousand years, the Quran, the Torah, and the New Testament have been locked in some giant battle. And so just like socialism, capitalism, and communism, what we need now is the best of all three. We need the best of every single continent. Let the best plan win. That has been a me staple for whatever I've been negotiating for 40 to 20 to 10 years. Let the best plan win. The thing that treats people well. Nation to nation. Person to person, family to family, over the next 1,000 years. Let that win. You could spend the next 2 years hiring every single person in smart ways to clean up all the trash in their town, their city, their lakes, their rivers, their oceans. You're enlisting everyone on Team Earth to pitch in to help make our world a better place. That like our 20 years of arguing about stock markets and politicians is coming to an end one way or another. And that if you're going to have any type of, like, let's say we're just outside observers, that whatever is going on now between Russia, China, India, Pakistan, Japan, and the Koreas is fascinating. And that shit has been going on for far longer than whatever the fuck is going on in the United States of America. That whatever 2020 karmic things are being worked out. Like if Americans spend a week just being like, all right, let's not even just think about us. Let's think about the other side of the planet. Hong Kong, like, and a much larger population center than we are. Their continent is much motherfucking bigger, dude. But that's the whole thing. Is like, okay, as a straight man, how can you be racist? Like, let's just take physical female beauty, which is, to me, is far superior than male beauty. Is second to only, like, nature in the sky. And not even, just physical beauty, like the spirit of a woman, the mother, grandmother figure that always keeps it together, that always keeps it calm, that always keeps World War III from happening. The entire good spirit of the one who can give life. And that even in this movie that I've written, Satori Ray Jones, Blue-Eyed White Tiger, he's king of the West and she is king of the East. So I have always, when I think of Asia, I think, and that includes Europe and Middle East. If you're talking about motherfucking continents, like that, the spirit that watches over Asia to me has always been female. And this is Satori. Orange planet, that's probably Mars. That would represent Mars. Being able to drink whiskey with y'all. 60 people on the planet. It's pretty cool, man. Cheers, y'all. I love you guys. And at some point, I just spittled. If everything works out, I would love to have a night or a weekend where we all get to hang out, look at the stars. There's rock and roll. There's presentations. And there's definitely a couple hours where we spend time kind of being silent, where just we all are very happy that we are together in the same town, in the same place, and everything's working out. So like an hour or 4 of like silence, and sure we'd probably have some type of background music, or we wouldn't. Mother Nature would provide it. Because we'd be out somewhere near Alpine, Texas, in the place where it gets darkest in the United States, or so the stars, and you can see the galaxy, Sagittarius, Milky Way. So it would be like, yeah, we're in the same room, we're sharing the same field, I'm here with you. Whoa. It is 4:23. That may be 20, and I would like to have it be like rock and roll, astronomy, and astrology. That seems like a 2022, 2023 thing now. unless we get super great at contact tracing and shit. Because it's like, okay, let us say we were 5 months in to the plague, which we are, plague number 1 of 2020, the Y2K bug. Were you motherfuckers even around for Y2K? Okay, so as Thor, right, guys? I spent 1 year in Hollywood. And so for that year, I was like the greatest screenwriter, or in the top 10 to 30 they'd had in the last 40 years. I was definitely in the top 5, 10, 30. You can decide how you want to. To where, that's one of the beautiful things about Hollywood, is that, like, they have people writing full screenplays, and writing a screenplay is much more difficult than you will imagine. They're like, the Act 3 problem. One of the most Asteroid Fight Club things is that, have you solved an Act 3 problem? Where you have to take an entire world, an entire families, entire towns and cities in a screenplay, put it all together, take life as you see it, and then how it would go, and make it super interesting the whole time, with everybody changing and progressing, moving forward the whole time. Right? It's like, it's a movie, it's a screenplay, it's 3-act structure. And so that they have people called script readers, like in every major, like MGM, Warner Brothers, Weinstein Films, DreamWorks, Paramount. Every one of those is made up of a bunch of sub-companies, sub-corporations who find them the movies projects. And they're always like, after you see the big title name in the front, they're the like subtitle names of like, our companies helped put this together to make a movie for one of the China umbrella corporations. That's how movies are made. And so, and getting a green light is super difficult, magical thing. Like getting an official green light in Hollywood is like your movie's being made and then showed to the rest of the planet. So it is a rare, magical thing that it's very hard to explain, right? But when I went to Hollywood, my job was not to get my movies greenlit. It is not to make a bunch of movies. You know, I went there at the age, how old was I? Somewhere like 26. And so when I was there for a couple months, I was like the best screenwriter in town. Asterisk. You know, Tarantino and Zalian were really great. And then they talked about the guys who did, what was the Irish movie? I forget the name. Anyway. Was it talking about, I don't know, I guess it started swimming in hubris. But that at the end of the day, we're talking about the city of Los Angeles. Los Angeles, or the West Coast. That it always felt like definitely ghostly. It had a puppet master. And that whoever is running Hollywood, or even our East Coast, is not American. By any means. And I think that is disruptive to what people believe, that right now, or for a while, that whatever the shots that are being called in the United States of America are not coming from America or the Americas. And during the pandemic, the Americas are getting hit the hardest while having their messaging being the most discombobulated. New Zealand and Australia, if I remember correctly, seem to, out of all the 195 nations, seem to be excelling at how to do great. And of 195 nations. If we were an Olympics team for the pandemic, we are fucking sucking shit, spending the most money to suck shit, then allowing all the money that is being pumped into everything going straight into the corporations who may not exist 6 months from now. And a lot of them are filing for bankruptcy as we speak. Like, here's a final whiskey, that there is so much money in the system right now. If they tomorrow wanted the Dow Jones to be at 100,000, the 25,000 Dow Jones tomorrow could be at 100,000. That if X amount of people decide, what the fuck? Let us just pump in enough money, currency, into enough of the proper stocks. Because like 25% of the entire American stock market, especially the NASDAQ, are weighted by 4 companies. They're like 4 corporations have 1/4 of all the wealth of every other corporation in the United States or that operates under some type of United States of America umbrella. Whoo! And so that is where everything gets interesting, and I do not want to misuse my words. But let us say you are the man who has $100 trillion empire right now. Or a $10 trillion empire right now. Cayman Islands and all. You are still one man made of flesh, blood, and bone. Let us say you are one man made of the 16, 17 different trillion-dollar families. You are still one family of flesh and bone. And one thing I have definitely tried to be great at is to avoid making violence the currency that rules the world. And yes, up until now, I believe that there has still been a secret, silent gentleman's agreement that has even gotten us this far. Especially from 1900 to 2000. Pirates and witches. And Thor. I've never claimed to be the first Thor. I've never claimed to be the only Thor. But I definitely feel part of the valiant Thor family. Or the mighty Thor family. Whatever, it has been in my blood. From all the generations that have come before me. That I feel lucky and blessed to be part of the Thor family. That all my bloodline before me, though not perfect, the Thor family has been fucking awesome. And at the end of the day, as long as we have the minimal things, including cigarettes, beer, and whiskey, and a good garden, a good family, we are ready to go. And that oppression has never, ever, ever, like, been part of our thing. I believe that the Norwegians, the Vikings, invented poetry. Now, at the end of the day, at the top of the mountain, we just want everybody to be cool and have a good time and learn and appreciate this moment we all have together. That no, I did not invent bread. No, I did not invent cheese. No, I did not invent butter. But I'm going to do my best to tell a good joke while we're here sharing bread, butter, and cheese together. And it definitely feels like there are like digital spiritual entities around that are like, look, we want to take every human being on the planet and just torture them for kind of as close to infinity as we can get. And I'm over here like, I vote no! And I voted no before I was born! And those trees are multicolors of green that you cannot see. Like, who the fuck wants to torture birds? Who the fuck wants to torture fucking dogs? Who wants to torture cats? Who wants to torture horses? Who wants to torture bats? Who wants to torture pigs? These are not the creatures I want to be around, and I don't pick my hammer up much. But when I do, it is protecting creatures from getting tortured. I am done with the torturers! And if that gets me tortured, that's just the way it is. I've had enough of being tortured in spirit. Yeah, I'm jacked up and ready to go. Second half 2020. And I have bet a lot that there are a lot of good guys and women in the air forces that make up the world, in the Navy that makes up the world, in the Army that makes up the world, in the Coast Guard that makes up the world, in the National Guard that makes up the world, in the Marines that make up the world, of those who defend everyone around them from ultimate evil when it shows its fucking face. I love you, and I thank you. And that alive or in dreams, a defense maneuver I always use is I just scream with every fiber I can muster. It's like a carnival ride that goes around and around and around and around. And it has seasons. And the elements within the seasons do what they can to prolong that season that is happening. As every season has its kings rise and fall, has its queens rise and fall. The tables always turn and seasons always change. And I feel like we've been fighting this war for 30 years. Or, of course, longer. Like I said, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Jim Morrison all died in 70 and 71. And you were talking about three of the most talented, cool, creative, empathetic human beings that ever lived. Literal fucking gods that came down from Jupiter and Mars and Pluto and Neptune. And they just killed them, dude. And the next 50 years followed. So we had Jesus 2,000 years ago and they fucking nailed him to a cross. Stab him and watch him die while throwing whatever. And then in 1970 and 1971, they killed, you had your three coolest human beings on the planet, Jim, Jimmy, and Janice. And they killed them. And then that shit happened again in the 90s with Kurt, Biggie, and Tupac. During that year, I lived in Hollywood. Biggie got shot at the LA Center. I was like a mile and a half away, right by the tar pits, drinking and smoking. It was like a mile and a half away. So I don't have the heart to ask how many people you're prepared to lose. Dude, I can't give a fuck how many people you or y'all are prepared to lose. How many Americans, how many Earthlings, how many creatures. Because at the end of the day, it feels like nobody really thinks about it. I am prepared to be me into the universe and forever. And so that if we had to give me Thor credit to where like whatever stats I have and influence I have over states and countries, you know, my stature is not as high in fucking the East. Which allows me to be like a drunk and be like, what the fuck are India and China fighting about now? Like seriously, like if I, me, T, got to sit down with India and China and they were both not getting along, like just be like, hey, let's take some time, let's talk this out. Diplomacy. Why are you guys defined by invisible lines mad at each other? And the crazy thing that I can see is that, like, yes, like I have mad, like if we had to talk about a man, I'm unmarried. I have no kids that I know of. I've thought about having kids and getting married a zillion times in my life. And so, yes, I would marry an Indian woman or an Chinese woman for sure, absolutely. If it was the right one, like, whoa, without a doubt. But it's amazing that you can take like a Chinese woman and an Indian woman and have their features look so differently. And not only their features, their skin color. But to me, Thor News, if you take the hottest Chinese woman and the hottest Indian woman, like, whoa, yo, their features, yes, while different, it's like motherfucking chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry ice cream. Like those are still ice creams I can eat every day of my life. Probably need toppings. I like sprinkles. What the fuck? Okay. Anywho, so you have two groups, India and China. You're like, fuck, we might kick up a whole nother war. And I'm like, all right, let's talk about this, man. Like, let me step the fuck out of the Americas. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm definitely done handling North America. Canada seems to be pretty cool, but it still seems like Canada is going so, like, boring-ish that you got a lot of Canadians stepping down into America and being like, let me tell you what you guys should do and let me tell you who's doing great in America. Well, even though they're fucking Canadians. And it's like, I have a whole bubble going on. Like, first, like, let us decide what's going on in America, United States of America. And then Texas, like, personal, like, I got different bubbles going on. So when you got Canada spending billions of dollars telling Texas and America what they should do, I'm like, hey, wait a fucking second, man. I don't know. What was we going back to? Oh, though how fucking incredibly sexy and beautiful Canadian, Indian, and Chinese women can be. Like, I don't even know how a racist can appreciate women. Like, technically, maybe all absolute core racists are gay. And the only people that want to have sex with is white dudes. And so they express they're gay, want to have or sex with other dudes is through white supremacy. So what I'm saying is, if you appreciate women, like, and you are choosing the wife and mother of your children and the woman you're going to spend the next, like, women are, it's very, like, the Pleiades, bro. Like, you got Orion over here, the bear, the puppy, the horse over there, and then you got the Pleiades, and so you got 7 sisters, and you got to choose which sister you are going to marry. That you have to entertain all 7 sisters, or however many the Pleiades has, and then choose out of all of them and the charms they could show you and their bachelorette type program. Like, you got to pick the right one. I don't know. The idea of trying to pick your best woman and wife and being racist at the same time is just like counter super intuitive. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, with the whole weird fucking racism thing that's hard to discuss or describe is like, so you got India and China mad at each other. Like, but their physical features, definitely you can pick people out that look different from Chinese and India. Whereas I do believe if Palestine and Jerusalem can be a different, like, you got to pick out who you hate. You know, you're having hate fests, anger fests. That, like, it's different. And this is what whiskey does to me. And so what I'm talking about, so like, yeah, India and China. So it's easier to tell who's from India and it's easier to tell who's from China. But we are the United States of America. We are the melting pot of everybody's everything. Like, we started the greatest saloon in the US of A, and then said all good people across the world come here and help make everything better. That, like, those across the world recognize their problems, not only in their country, but in our country. Like, we're coming here like, man, like, we're calling all the great people together the superheroes. Although, I don't want to. Anywho, I'm just saying. Fucking, yeah, shit's crazy. And at the end of the day, when you have 97% decent people and 3% torturers, it's going to be an easy battle. That when you see there are 97% decent people and who can live and survive and not get an erection off torturing other people versus 3% who can only survive by torturing innocent, defenseless, helpless people, or anyone really, torture, that is going to be a simple fucking battle. And that whether I am here or not for that bothers me none. And that I'm having super ego problems. Where I do not need you to recognize how awesome I have been for the last 30 years. I do not need a single person on the planet to recognize, especially the last 20 years, how I have been a good dude, man. And one of the best paladins that have ever walked the planet. They're like, on a personal level, I'm so lit. To where I've done so well. Made mistakes though. But for the last 40 years, made my mistakes, learn from them. Walking into the second half of 2020, I am very glad. I cannot even think of another human being I would want to be for the second half of 2020 other than me. I am your planetary defense commander. I am the guy that has loved China, loved India, had a Christian heart, and been totally up and down for world peace all the time. Where that, like, our economy of conflict can end. And we can build an economy and a next decade together of just fucking pure awesome. By not fighting, by not blaming, by not spending all of, like, 80% of our resources on the hate and blame shit. Just so we can drive fucking gasoline engines. Like, dude, the technology, bro. The technology, bro. The technology since 2020, since 2000. The technology increases since 2000 that you have not seen would blow your motherfucking mind. Your children's mind, your wife's mind, your husband's mind, everybody you know's mind. The actual technology advancements are pretty spectacular. But if I had to guess, your artificial intelligence and machine learning programs are still way overhyped. Though we may have spirits and dimensions and things here with us now that are much older than we are. And though, yeah, I've been fucking sad for a while that 2020 fucking sucks. We could have done so much fucking better. Remember, the whole thing where like me and my best friends went to NASA in 2015 at the very end of NASA to now trying to guide us all to the better place. We are now in almost at July 2020. Ooh. I need another beer though. And between us and all the screenplays, 2 of the screenplays I've written were when the lead guy, who was always mildly based on me, because if you're a screenwriter, you think you're interesting enough to like loosely base the character on you, and then you write other characters around you. That like at least 2 of the screenplays I wrote where the main character was so fucking cool, he had 3 wives. Because in a fictional sense, it is always a very interesting thing. Because like, I don't know, I guess when people think of marriage, they think of mostly sex. But when I thought of it, where like the whole premise of everything I'm writing is that like, he has 3 wives and their job is to protect each other. Right? So it is not sex-based at all. You know, where like, everybody like who's married has a chance to have sex with each other on whatever night they choose to. They're in the mood, but like at the end of the day, in whatever fucking post 2019 situation, like shit is so motherfucking crazy that like at the end of the day, your job is to like make sure no one in the family gets a plague. Make sure no wars break out. Make sure we don't get invaded. Make sure nobody tries to steal our spam. Make sure that fucking like. And so the idea from my male point of view, and I'm a man, dude. I'm a man's man. I'm a gentleman's gentleman. And I have penis. I have a little penis that is attached to my body, and that is much different than the vagina. Though I love women, every part of the body. What's he talking about? Talking about water. And if you are a single male, with a penis, choosing your wife into the future, you have to imagine yourself as one of the most powerful kings in the galaxy. In all of the galaxies that exist anywhere, you are one of the most powerful, influential kings in every galaxy in the universe. And that so when you pick your woman, or if you're gay, you're woman's, or if you're male's male, like you are choosing not only your own future, you're choosing the future of your solar system and your galaxy in that woman or male. And then out of the biggest imagination things you will ever deal with, your future partner is your absolute biggest challenge without a doubt. In my 3,300 videos of Thor News, we've discussed the King Arthur theory a zillion fucking times. Asterisk that was, maybe 100, 1,000. but it's all local. And the fact that there are 55 people watching me now it blows my mind. Can you see it in my eyes? Where my mind has been blown, where I've been discussing for 2 hours, 10 minutes. All of my thoughts, anything that pops into my brain. Like if I were a presidential Twitter account in modern age, this would be it. And I would be here telling you everything I thought. But at the same time, I've been being incredibly vulnerable with the maker's mark. And everybody's like, marks are bad. Marks are definitely evil. And Satan's bringing marks. And they're like, whiskey spirits. Like, yes, you can get definitely infected with negativity while drinking heavy spirits. But at the end of the day, I think whiskey and beer are our friends, for sure. You just got to know how to handle them. Like if I'm just going to sit here talking to you about whiskey and beer or anything else, as long as it leads to positive places, things are okay, and that whiskey beer has not done wrong. And same shit, like if we were hanging out in a field and I'm just drinking whiskey and beer, we were watching the stars and listening to fantastic rock and roll. And I love you. Y'all are great. But all the like goodness of people working together is not working fast enough for me, for sure. That if people working together was the actual intention of all the groups, we would get there so much faster. It's up until now, it seems like there are always groups stalling, buying more time to maintain whatever amenities from an old system that will soon be outdated. It's kind of like the last 6 months where like you have a fucking plague and it has showed up multiple times throughout history. So how do you deal with it? And so for 6 months we've acted like we are just going back to an old world system while the same people have tried to figure out how am I going to be able to have all the same benefits and amenities of the old world system in the new system. And to do that, they're then abusing and a very currency imagination base. Where they're trying to imagine a 20th century power in the same frame of a 19th century mind. So they're like, how can I be a 19th century king, queen, witch, emperor in the 20th century as the initial crossover begins? I mean, 20 years into the next 1,000 years is only like 0.5. I don't know. I'm not good at math and percentages. My role in Astro Fight Club is definitely not. But I'm saying that 20 years into the next 1,000 years is not exactly a 1-inch punch of the ultimate magnitude. This is so fucking crazy that I just talked to you guys. And there are 54 people here with me now live across Earth. And there's like a crepuscular ray happening in my apartment. Do you guys see that? So as before I discussed, like a week ago, I was like, yo, dude, lockdowns are coming back. And then I got the lowest percentage of Thor News where it was like 48% of people liked the video. It was like, whoa, bro, that is a sub 50. That is new to me. Where I operate in a 97%, everybody thinks this video is good. Or likable versus dislikes. And the whole video was like, fucking lockdowns are coming back, bro. And I recognize nobody wants to hear me say, hey, man, Saturn and Capricorn, are handcuffing motherfuckers. And when they show you communism, they have a hammer and then a scythe. And so it's like, I think both are coming back. Like, this is much bigger than me. They're much bigger than just you. There's 7 billion people. Their planets, their entire planets in the solar system. Like, wow! I know, I'm trying to read it, protect it, defend it. And then 5 months in, with the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the National Guard, the Air Force, forbidding you from joining the military if you've ever got the coronavirus, it's probably fucking real on every level. And you don't want it. You don't want your friends to get it. You don't want your family to get it. One of the best defensive ways you can use is the whole mask over the face. Like, it's almost like saliva and mucus, like, but some heavy air component breath density measures, right? 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 Right. Right. And then they're like, okay, we got another play coming. And yeah, it's been hard to concentrate the first 6 months. It's been hard to write songs. It's been hard to make videos. It's been hard to make the great speeches of the future that we're like. Even though I warned us about 2020 for a long time, being in 2020 is still like, oh my God, we are in 2020. We're here. It is now. I want to let you know that you always have a lot of power. You cannot put expectations on the things you do and the things you say, but you can know that they will have effects in their own magical way. At this Pluto-Jupiter conjunction, I have to tell you, my friend, I feel like the most famous person to the underworld, as far as that stretches. And that may be a gross overestimation, but I'm just saying, those who exist in the two worlds of the public world and then the private, hidden world, the veiled world, like, I'm well known. And I have been very interesting the duration of me being me. For whatever reason, everyone started watching. Where people may say, hey Thor, your views are low. I might be like, hey, sure, but if you include Venus views, Mercury views, Mars views, Neptune views, Saturn views, like, but it's not the 2020 I wanted to manifest. Never. I say that, but fuck, dude. When I was sending myself signals and warnings, we were always fighting the like 3 pyramids of Saturn, which are like Elysium. I did multiple videos on it. The 3 pyramids that are on Mars right now. Elysium Fields and the Monolith. And so it's like Earth rebelling for its own freedom. That's where it feels like we're at, man. And as far as I know, I was born on Earth, bro. And if I had to have Bruce Springsteen glory days, they come from Earth, as far as I know. And that as men, women are the engine because they are they're the reason for 90% of all the things men do. Women. But on that same token, I may go to hell because part of me thinks when I look back at my entire life, I think I've kissed 100 women. And they were all beautiful and they all looked happy to be kissing me. And so of all the greatest experiences I had, definitely kissing a happy woman was always a really, 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 really good one. Yes, buying a fucking 2020 Lamborghini, Maserati, Bugatti, may increase your chances of kissing a happy, beautiful woman in 2020. But what's it talking about? I don't even know. Obviously, it's time for more whiskey. I love you, yes I do. Nightmares, are you scared? Dreams, they come to me. To dreams, they come to you. I'm gonna put more ice in my glass and then I'll be back. Thank you, Megan, for the glass. All right, so yeah, I definitely think Masons got a bad rap. They built all the cool shit, and then they got a whole lot of the blame. Dude, I'm getting toasted with you. That's whiskey. Dude, this July better calm down. All right, so if we look here, these are like stacks, like when you have computers and processors, the giant stacks that are there. So like 3 pyramids are covered with rows and rows, circles of giant computer stacks that help protect them. Servers, processors. So the 3 pyramids have the major processors of the digital 2020 variety. And here's a shot of our hero, Satori Ray Jones, Blue-Eyed White Tiger, and the sun. Un momento, por favor. Ooh. And so, yeah, I think there are definitely spaceships and ships you do not know about that are participating in all the events that are happening. So this is not just a your town, your city, your nation thing. This is a planetary. There's a lot happening right now. And then you have, that's like an under-earth tunneler of the things that can go under the earth, because above the earth is just important as below the earth. Now here's our hero. Hold on a second! Un momento, por favor. Everybody. Yeah, so if you do ever get the chance to write movies and stuff, writing movies is pretty awesome. You can figure out all the problems of a three-act structure in a very entertaining, satisfying way that pays off for the person reading. Oh yeah, so that was one of my points. And so my whole just job was, knowing you had 100 people who would just read your screenplay. When I wrote my screenplays, I was always just like, dude, I want it to be like the coolest fucking thing they've ever fucking read. To where like they keep going through all these bad screenplays, and then all of a sudden they just get one that's like, wow, wow, wow. And so when I was in LA, before the movies came out, I read the movie Titanic. And I was like, wow, this screenplay is good. And I read Jerry Maguire before it came out, and I was like, this screenplay is good. And then the screenplay itself is to me much fucking 10,000 times gianter than the movies you see. The screenplay is like the book before the movie's made, and then people have to contain it down to human forms. And so out of 11 screenplays, I was always super trying to, like, it would blow whatever you're seeing on the page is 1,000 times better than you will see at the end of the day in your movie theater. That was my job. I was really good at it, bro. Whereas almost like during a while when I was in Hollywood, like they would be flinging women at me in like slingshots. Pew, pew, pew. And you have to be like, pew, 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 pew. Booty's a powerful thing. Nobody knows what's going to happen next. And most people are afraid, inner and outer, to admit they don't know what's going to happen next. They don't know what the next 6 months contains. We can all take guesses, we can all have ideas, but there is a whole lot of free will happening right now. There's a whole lot of free will happening right now. And we are going ass end into the third and final. If you have a 3-act eclipse structure going on, we had our lunar eclipse back in June, which started the very end of May. And that was when the protests and the riots totally fucking kicked off. Venus went retrograde, and then the first eclipse happened, and then riots and protests. And then we had the solar eclipse. And that was when our Presidentarian showed up at a fucking rally in the middle of a fucking pandemic. And like 30% of people showed up to capacity. And we're like, yeah, what? I'd die for you. Then he went back, hat in hand, had his Arizona rally with a bunch of young college women and men. And then hasn't done a rally since, and has no motherfucking rallies planned, because rallies are a bad fucking idea. As Planetary Defense Commander, they're about as dumb. Like, that's why, like, it's been so frustrating having to tell people, like, protesting is bad and rallying is bad during a fucking pandemic. The pandemic's real, the plague's real. And so doing either of these two actions is just not what you want to be doing right now in 2020. When I'm asking you to play defense, these are not the things we need to be doing right now. That whatever objectives you hope to be acquiring now, 6 months, 2 years from now, that at this exact fucking moment, rallying and protesting is not fucking smart. So that has been a drag, dude. Definitely the last month where I'm glad that I'm whisking out with you, 53. Because the people on the right are like, shut the fuck up, 5G. Bill Gates. People on the left are like, shut the fuck up, 400 years of systemic racism. And I'm like, we're both, technically. Well, we had Wuhan, we had New York and New Jersey. And so we are now somehow 5 months later acting like I don't even fucking know. And it's probably just like 10% of the people, but those 10% of the people get all the coverage, all the energy, all the everything, that the other 90% of the people are being punished for those people's actions. And then, especially no disrespect to 15 to like 28-year-olds, but they don't really understand time as we know it. You know? They got their like last shoot onto like high school into college. Whee! And so if anyone was going to understand what the fuck is going on in the least, it is people between the ages of 15 and 25 who have the most chance of spreading the motherfucking virus. Extended to 28. So it's almost like you can't even talk to 2015. Like, I'm not spending my Thor News time spending my time talking to 15 to 25-year-olds. They're just not listening. They're doing everything they can to make out in almost every second of every day. Which is understandable. And they feel protected in ways that no other generations have ever even fucking known. I don't mean to be an asshole about that if that is how it came off. And it's partially been like a test with me and you. That like, no matter how much Maker's Mark I can drink, or what the heck, whatever is in this vape pen, I can vape out. I can at least still remain the core of whoever the fuck I am. And if I do have weird rants, it's going to be about the people who are against peace. Like, fuck, let us just get along. I'm tired of all the bullshit that energizes all the wars you have had lead up to now. It's all bullshit. It's all your fathers, your grandfathers, like, we are dealing with all of the problems that have existed over the last 10,000 fucking years, and we have to solve them now. And we're going to. And that tomorrow we have, like, it is, the story is totally like being written in much bigger chunks than just me or you right now. That, like, with Pluto and Jupiter's second of 3 conjunctions, tomorrow Saturn retrogrades into Capricorn. And so there's been like a pool for the last 5 months to where everybody can swim in the pool without consequences mostly. And so with Saturn showing back up in Capricorn, consequences are coming back. Like karma is about to be the giant dust cloud over everything. And especially being kicked off in 3 days later, the lunar eclipse that you can't see in the Americas. I can tell you about that on Fox News. I can tell you about that on CNN. And the whole time I'm telling you about that, I'm going to be thinking about, like, if we were in an alternate universe and I could be kissing a singular woman and I just had to choose from 5 of the top 5 I've seen in the last 2 years. Oh my God. Fourth of July. Independence Day, not only for America, but for Earth. So we got like 100 hours to maximum Asteroid Fight Clubness. And that the future is being decided now. In these Star Wars. It's like I talk about. I spent 40 days in the desert with the guy who directed The Empire Strikes Back. When you're talking about where you're getting your knowledge from, what do they do? How do they spend their time? What was the thing that led up to them wanting to guru you? What are they selling you? After 7.7 years, what am I selling you? And then flip that over to the power side. Like, I'm so sick of the power side torturing the people and the creatures, the planet. They're like, my fuse is tiny. And Merry Christmas. My message at the very beginning of February was, let us all work together and then celebrate an amazing 4th of July. So that was my plan at the very earliest days of February, was let us all work together to figure out what we were dealing with while keeping people fed, the lights on, people with a place to stay, proper health care dispensed out, everyone who's feeding us or taking care of the sick people, taken care of and defended. Then July 4th, after we've processed all the data, let it figure out the next move to make. That was always my stance. Yes, it's hard for me to believe that Trump or Biden has had a stance as good as that. Which is why I'm still having egoic problems. But it seems superfluous because there are many of us who have good ideas that are never being taken seriously. So yeah, it's a lot in karma's hands. Like God and the universe are so in control of wherever the fuck we're heading now. Everything. For example, the last 2 weeks, everyone's actions are going to manifest almost instantly 2 weeks later. And so I do not know where your heart, mind, and soul was at the end of June. But I have been here tapped in, looking for a better way for everybody. So hopefully you can understand why I am drinking Maker's Mark whiskey and Budweiser beer here at the halfway point of 2020. And so when you got 7 billion people on the planet, for every single person that says it's not my fault, it's not my responsibility, the people who choose to accept responsibility for the state of affairs have that much more weight on their shoulders. And so by being your planetary defense commander for at least 5 years, I have accepted an incredible amount of weight, trying to lead us all to a better place. And today I'm drinking whiskey, but I've not lost hope. Because think about it, like, at the end of the day, if my spirit really wants to tell good jokes, is that bad? Wherever you are, whatever your planetary conditions, but at the end of the day, I want to remind you, there's a lot of funny stuff happening. But you got to be open to the funny, or else funny will punch you in the face. I've mentioned a couple times I would do depositions for lawyers and the deponent, and that for every property suing a civil case, you would have, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 people on the prosecuting side. And then a lot of these people made anywhere from $50 to $1,000 an hour for showing up and doing whatever they do. And so one of my favorite things in all of life was being able to tell a joke, and that whatever pressure environment you were in at that exact moment in time made life more tolerable. Secretly, I have a deep love for lawyers. I guess publicly as well. There are good people out there. There are good soldiers out there. There are good lawyers out there. They're good. Laughter is the best medicine, beloved abstract. Hello. Here I am with you. If you throw a pebble into the middle of a pond, the ripples carry for so long. Where is your music, Mary? Another thing, of the things that made me the man I am today, the fact that I had a mom named Mary. That has highly affected me. Me and Jesus and several other people on the planet have had a mom named Mary. See, Mary, please will you help her? But my mom probably kicked the shit out of you. I mean, it's weird that I was like, 5 years ago, I was like, I am Planetary Defense Commander. Like, somebody's got to do this job. I guess it shall be me. Somebody's got to defend this place. And all these little nanobugs, like, I'm not mad at them. Rarely do I want to kill them. Never harming others in thoughts or actions. Who knows what is going to happen next? Okay, let us think of like Earth like an engine. And that to keep Earth running, you have to have X amount of people just rowing down underneath. They're rowing like, I will do what it takes to keep Earth moving forward. Like whatever it takes. Earth moving forward. Society moving forward. There we go. Now the whiskey is working. Finally, it only took 2.5 mason jars. I mean, a mason jar is a pretty spectacular thing. They fell out of favor somewhere around the 90s. But if you got to drink or preserve your preservatives, serious question. Like, how many of you have ever dreamed of a bunch of nanobots? Where, like, you are in a sitcom with nanobots. And then in one of the sitcoms, you're like, dang, the nanobots are really good at arguing. Yeah, so Planetary Defense Commander-wise, I'm super fucking humbled going into the second half of 2020. Like, humbled in a million ways. And I'm the guy in the corner going, yeah, we need a brand new system. We need a brand new system. We need a brand new system. And then I have very little patience for the people who are like, it can't be done. It is impossible. The people who are like, it is impossible. I'm done with them. I do not need them in my group. I do not need them to show up. I do not need them. The people who say things cannot be improved, I do not need them around. And I'm not wishing death or harm upon them. I'm just saying, if you were going to put some type of functional creative group together, you do not need the people who are telling you that it cannot be done. That's not how symphonies or cities work. So at some point, if I was talented enough to work with all the movers, shakers, creators, and engineers, that would be a fantastic time. The very people who would step in front and be like, no, you cannot do amazing stuff together. Like, give us a decade to prove the doubter is wrong, and then we will see what happens. 7 continents deep, or however many you calculate. Orion's belt. There was a message that was coming through me right now that I had to display if I lacked surviving another day would be Orion's belt. That the superhighway I imagine building on Earth from Russia down through Brazil, Orion's belt. Another thing, can we talk about it? Like Asteroid Fight Club? One of the things is that, like, due to my job, I've always been protective about my front teeth. And that I cared very little against my front teeth. And so my front teeth are under attack. Like, this one is broken. Which then, with us, you and I together talking, makes me think more like a hockey player or a melee combatant who gets hit in the face with a crowbar. That I have to maintain integrity. At one point, a woman who I am attracted to will see my heart and I will still get to kiss her no matter what the fuck my teeth look like. And vampires are not my favorite people. 2020 is crazy. 2020 is crazy, baby. Okay, so of all the people on planet Earth, who is the most famous right now? Let us both agree at this exact moment. Maybe Trump. Trump's probably the number one most famous. But who is the second most famous person upon the planet right now? Oh my God, I'm going to have to put glasses on so I can see whatever words or guesses you have taken. But I'm asking, we will agree that right now at this moment, in all of Earth, 7 billion people, Trump is probably famo number uno. Numero uno. But who is the second? Okay, you could say Biden. Boom. There you go. Good vote. Who is the third? Now I'm asking you, my Planetary Defense Commander, Asteroid Fight Club, Astonisher, Pals, WX Twitter, Earthlings, Star Trekians, 2020. Who is the third most? Elon Musk? Okay, great. Who's fourth? After Elon, who? You go Bezos, Zuckerberg, fine. We're now into 5th or 6th. Who is the 7th most famous? And I'm guessing all these guesses from an American vantage point. Like if I had Xavier Cerebrus in X-Men, yeah, I'm probably getting the data first from the closest designations. And I can only give you an American view. Sweet. There definitely seems like a drop-off, and it makes me miss having music accompany whatever videos I make. But I was not a fan of getting blocked worldwide. Like, when they're like, you are blocked worldwide. Like, have you ever gotten that message when they're like, you are blocked worldwide? You're like, hey, okay, what? All right, fine. Game of Thrones 2020. They just kicked the fuck out of Theon until he figured out who he was. The war part is the part that I have the most uncomfort with. Where people die. Bad guys win battles. fighting for. That's what we are fighting for. Alright, so if I did get a chance to test my passion out with a woman, it would probably start somewhere near the neck. You know? Where, like, if you could test the passion that you held within yourself, champion of all continents, where would you start the kisses at? I would definitely probably go with the neck. But I'm just saying this moment, things could change. Things could change. Because a guitar body is much shaped like a female. Be like, baby, I like the way you vibrate. Your frequency is fantastic. And utterly exceptional. So yeah, I'm voting for whiskey. There will be glory. The sun is back again. The sun is back again. Stars, waving at empty cars. Tell me, do you see it? It ain't the first time, and it won't be the last time. I am so glad you enjoyed it. Waving at empty cars. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. And I've got unicorn feelings. Their motions their meanings. I've got unicorn feelings. And so not only do you have your extremely firm grasp around the beautiful woman that lights up all of your dreams and fantasies, but you press your face into her neck to let her know that you love her and you appreciate the fact that you are here with her and you are alive. Or whatever. So yes, definitely for the first half of the Maker's Mark whiskey approach, they're getting a good grade as far as I know. We will double check during the second half, but I'm definitely feeling whiskeyed out, you know? If I was your planetary defense commander hanging out with you on this day together, it's like at the 6-month mark, give your planetary defense commander a bunch of whiskey, and then he will tell you the truth as he sees it. From his heart, life or death, hanging in the balance. I'm happy with this mark. And my current position is that, like, I want to love everyone on the planet. I want to think everyone on the planet has the ability to be super cool, awesome, and create a better future together with everyone. I want to have faith in the absolute soul, spirit, the life that is kept inside everyone around us. I want to believe in you. I seek to believe in you. I ain't running for nothing right now. But I just want to believe in you at the end of the day. Just be good people, man. I can ask you of anything. Just be good people. If everybody spent their time being good people for the next decade, we would be in a very good place. on a personal level, as your planetary defense commander, I'm so tired of reminding people to be good people. I can't believe I have to sit here and remind people to be good and smart and play good defense. I can't believe that we're this deep into the shit, and these are some of the choices that have been made. Like, I have been disappointed in so many ways since 2015. And so at the end of the core, like, I'm just not happy with this shit. That whatever it is, energy that is dark and anti-human, that is just here in your face all day, every day. I am so sick of this shit. I can't wake up angry, bro. Why is India fighting with China? Why is America fighting with everyone? Fighting with everyone. Yeah, I feel like a tree. And I've taken a million, zillion, a quadrillion blows, and I can't even tell time no more. And it just seems weird at any time throughout history or dimensions to claim that you could take a reality and fuck it up this bad and then still declare yourself to some type of omnipresent badass king. Like, that is not how I understand things. But there's a lot I do not know. But I am so fucking sick of this war. I am so sick of 195 countries and 2,000 billionaires jockeying for position. I'm so sick of the media, right or left, being able to pull out a single quote from an anonymous source to disrupt everything everybody was thinking about that day. I'm so sick of people thinking that natural disaster response and architecture cannot be improved 1,000 times over compared to what is happening now. I'm so sick of the people with the bad ideas having absolute fucking power. And I do not know how long I will make it. But I will fight every single day. And I've already lost a father and a stepfather. So how deep do you think I will go? What do you think I shall fight for? Which mountain shall I die upon? What do you know of love? Yeah! Oh yeah! 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 Whiskey River, take my mind. Only of the pertinent, super best times. Woo! Yeah! 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 That was a little sound vocal exercise that you and I were doing. Try it at home. Try it where you were at. Let it go. Just speak out your own. If you were going to dance around the fire that is life now with me, just let it go, baby. Let it go. Try and keep in a 1-2 or 1-2-3-4 tempo, but you ain't gotta do that. You can do what you do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, we have been in the Aries into these Mars, reverse that, switch it around, spin it to the back to the front for like 100 hours, you and I, all the people we know. 100 hours we've been in Mars and Aries, territory. And here's the deal, baby. Like, this party that has just started for 6 months is going to last for 6 months. Like, no matter what, war and conflict is just at the center of the table. And there is nothing you can do about it. You can't buy your way out. Like, and so we are just going to have to work out every single conflict that existed between you and I and everyone around over the last 10 to 100,000 years. All right? As me, I'm super okay with that. That is where I thrive and fluctuate and do good. And they're like, when like, hey man, yeah, we can save everything, bro. Yeah, we can build so cool shit. You can get totally wasted and hang out on top of the giantest tower building that you ever imagined. And still be absolutely protected. You're gonna be okay. And then we'll look at each other and be like, yeah, we built this together. We all built this together. We built this city together. Like, here, out of all the people that you knew on the YouTubes, out of all the people you knew on planet Earth, since 2015, I've been here with you, been like, dude, we need to build a city away from all the dumbasses. We need to build a city away from all the people who are like, no, you can't do it. We need to build a city away from all the nihilists. We need to build a city away from all the negative people. We just need to build a city together of one family and then move on. And so whatever the fucking way comes, we will handle it as a city together as one family and be like, how's the city feel about this today? And so that was my position in 2015. I was like 100-year Earth truth and 1,000 years of peace on Earth, right? That has been my position since 2015 or earlier. And so if you got a fucking plague where like you can close the city we built together in 2015 before everybody fucked up and took their like $1,000 quadrillion and pumped it into some dumbass shit where they're building their ultimate dream paradise on the moon and Mars and the city in Mexico in Like, they're like, hey, I've got my own places to take the greatest selfies you've ever seen the hottest chicks on the fucking planet take. And I'm like, whoa, if you're taking resources over the next 10 years, this is not the best direction to go. It's not best to bottleneck things, man. Anyway. So I guess what I'm talking about is, but yeah, like cleaning up everything around us and building the coolest shit that the Earth has ever seen over the next 10 years. Everybody gets to be a hero. We ain't mad at nobody. We are building the future together. The next 1,000 years. That the cities, the towns, the ports that will last for 100,000 years. 100 or 1,000 or whatever. Like, we can do that now. And then you have like digital instant options where like you can 3D print it to where like you could almost set out X amount of robots that would clean the beaches, or you can have humans do it together. Like at one point you relearn how to share the future together. But the best way, as I know, I am 48 years old. I kissed 100 women until 20, and then I kissed Taylor Swift, and then I've been shut out for 2.5 years. Who's talking about? I don't even know. Yeah, so we can build the future now. We can build the greatest cities anyone has ever seen now. We can have the greatest orchards and farms anyone has ever seen now. Like, we can enjoy all the things of all the nations working together now. We can be one Earth family now. We can figure out how to defeat the plague and its fucking friends. Nostradamus said plague's gonna multiply. So we manifested this fucking year from the last 5 years. So this is the year that we have to motherfucking deal with. And so if I want 3 of the coolest, funniest, smartest, prettiest girlfriends who can also help create super cool creative shit, we have to learn how to deal with the fucking 3 multiple plagues that are around the planet right now. Together. And we have to figure out how to level out every problem that humanity's ever fucking seen up until now. 20 motherfucking 20. And so I don't care about the skin color everybody's talking about at the moment. I don't care about the nation or that nation's leader at the exact moment. Everything that we're dealing with now from here to the end of the year is about every single person and creature on the fucking planet. And if I've had a weird difficulty point that I still to this day not know how to answer, but I have ideas, it is that eating meat, where human beings eat pigs, they eat cows, they eat chickens. Like, so if a superior alien race showed up and ate us all, is that illegal or illegal? Christian, anti-Christian? Is that universe, anti-fucking universe? Like, this is shit I can deal with because we ate tons of motherfucking animals and we put them in tiny little animal fucking boxes. So while y'all are talking about white guilt and all the things that come along with it, technically the thing that I am suffering the most is carnivore guilt. Because pepperoni is good. Bacon is good. Hamburgers are fucking good. Holy fuck, do I really have to work this all out now in 20 motherfucking 20? But pineapple and hummus are possibly amazing enough to make me just move on, plus cheese and butter and bread, to where like, yeah, we can handle that shit. So like, if 8,000 almost infinity fucking aliens show up and are like, yo, Star-Lord New Thor 7T, we get to show up and eat you for like 8 million years because you ate so many chickens, slices of fucking bacon, hamburgers, pork chops before we showed up. We get to fuck up and eat you and everyone in your human race for a long time because you guys ate so many creatures, sometimes cruelly. I'm gonna be like, fuck! So guess what I'm saying is, part of being Planetary Defense Commander is being like, whose sins did I choose to pay for today? Like, if you had to take any semblance of responsibility on June 30th, 2020, out of all the 7 billion people on the planet who shirked their responsibility, so you just had to pick up the fucking tab. I'm in a good mood though, asterisk, because whiskey is delicious and this shit is fantastic. And I still love my Jesus candle. But, like I said, sometimes I get worn out. The Asteroid Fight Club was supposed to be able to talk about, all right, let's say it is you, it is Jesus, and then you go around to every planet in the solar system. So you got to hang out with Mercury, you got to hang out with Venus, you got to hang out with Mars, you got to hang out with Jupiter, you got to hang out with Saturn, you got to hang out with Uranus, you got to hang out with Neptune, you got to hang out with Pluto, you got to hang out with Aries, you got to hang out with Ceres, you got to hang out with Vesta, you got to hang out with Sedna, right, bro? And then you got to talk about Jesus at the same time. Like every single planet I ever named off is going to ask you about Jesus. And let us see how you do. I know how I will do. I am Star-Lord Nuthor 7 the T. So I'm used to discussions like that. But people who have been mentally focused on a singular geographical point, which is either president, not president, for the last, like hot dog, no hot dog, for the last motherfucking 5 years, as I've been trying to teach the same amount of fucking shit, I don't even know. But I do know that the same people who for the last 3 years have been trying to tell you that person A has been doing the most fantastic, great job you've ever seen in your whole entire fucking life, that is not true, and that's being more apparent that out of all the human beings you could choose from to pick, like, this is the best human being we have. This human being is not our best. This is not our most quality number one human being. If you had to represent everybody at the end of the day all the time, this one is not Earth's best. Right? You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like I said, let us reference back to the statistic of 5% of people were like, we're headed in the right motherfucking direction, and that direction is awesome. At this moment, we're still arguing about the same shit we've been arguing about for a long motherfucking time. And most of our architecture is from the 1980s to the 1970s. Plus, I only know one song. Do you remember when I said it was falling? Do you remember when I said it would rain? Do you remember when I said there would be glory? Well, the sun is back again. The sun is back again. One of my start of second season, third season, being a male, I definitely had a crush on a girl named Summer. But I've always loved summer, winter, fall, and spring. I've loved every single season. Every single season brings its own lessons and joys and magnificence. And parties that were specific to that time. Like, what are we celebrating today? So I love y'all. Dude, I have fallen from mid-50s to 39 people who are watching at this moment, and that makes me happy. Because anything over 12 is a grand responsibility, and 39 is even 3 times the responsibility of 12 or 13, man. So you gotta say important and cool shit. Shit that will last your lifetime, their lifetime, and 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years beyond. You're dealt with the pressure of like, bitch, you better come up with magnificent quotes that will last the test of time while you are speaking. But yeah, at some point I'd like to come up with a new song. Here's time though. Like at this point where you have wrapped yourself around the woman like an octopus and are not trying to squeeze the life out of her, but trying to get her to have the biggest smile she's ever had. At this point, you have the shoulder, and then here you have the hips. And so whatever underneath the hips happens, that is out of your control. So they can either push the hips forward or totally backwards. Yeah? So I don't know what you think about after you played your guitar like a woman. What? Tell me, do you see it? It ain't the first time and it won't be the last time. I'm so glad you enjoyed it, I hope. Cause I've got unicorn feelings, their motions, and their meanings. I've got unicorn feelings. And do you remember when I said it was falling? Do you remember when I said it would rain? Do you remember when I said there would be glory? The sun is back again. The sun is back again. The sun is back again. You can definitely tell whiskey has affected things. I'm toasted under a whiskey sky. The light is bright and the sky is blue. And toasted is a reference to back in the early 80s, 90s. They had a program called Toast, where they would do 3D digital graphics for you. And so when I say I'm toasted, I'm saying that any single particle pixel around you can be turned into some type of 5D, 7D shit, and you won't even know it. You'll be like, I'm walking. Yes, indeed, I'm walking. And then boom, that pixel has been like, hello, I'm from the 5th dimension, or the 7th dimension, or dimensions in between, or dimensions after. I don't even know. 2020 is definitely a different game. So yeah, be cool and stay cool is still what I recommend. And I am trying to figure out, where do we want to be in 2030? You and I and us, where are we going to be in 2030? And that, yeah, amongst 7 billion people, I have a lot of pull as Planetary Defense Commander comparatively. And so I want to be in a good place with all people. And I absolutely want torturing of human beings and creatures to end. I'm totally willing to die for that shit. And I guess be tortured if I have to. Though I do not even like voicing that option, you know? And I guess that's what I'm asking. Is like the coolest dude in your town, your neighborhood, your city, your nation, your country, your whatever, that like, they ain't gotta be nailed to a cross. They ain't gotta be stabbed with a spear. The people who are fighting for peace and earth as a family, they work together. And they do not have to be punished or tortured for supporting the position that is humanity and Earth's natural position. I love you too, Wagon Breath. So yeah, it is so crazy that in these last minutes of the first half of 26, 8, 20, that I get to get fucking shit faced with you on the whiskey. And there is wax and marks. And I've been here since the start. And you have 1,000 armies with snipers. And so I ask at the end of the day, what is the end game anyway? Alright, so yeah, let's pretend between you and I that at the end of every day, especially in 2020, I've always got to check out with, like, let's say 7 different levels. Like, not only what kind of a score did I get, but did civilization get amongst all 7 levels. Like, they get to give a report card about how it is and how they thought shit should go every single fucking day of 2020. We're halfway through. You know? And so I am drinking all the whiskey and enjoying all the beer. 'Cause my nightmares from last night have me so unclear. Yes, my nightmares from last night have me so unclear. So yeah, definitely if I was like some type of alien attack force, I'd be like, if we had a choice between attacking when they were super fucked up and toasted, or when they're like totally fine expecting an attack, there was a good time to attack me. And then right now it would probably be fantastic because I am motherfucking whiskey toasted halfway into 2020. And as your planetary defense commander, I love you. But I'm still like, how am I supposed to feel? Like, how do you feel? How do you think I'm supposed to feel in 2020? I guess that at the bottom of this whiskey halfway through. Broken mason glass, I'm drinking from the bottle 'cause we all heard the fireworks pop. Ooh! Smells minty as fuck. And when I use the word fuck, it's an adventure and a riddle. Like, who is the person? Who is the fuck gang? So yeah, there's like a fuck gang. So we've been trying to figure out how to dispel the fuck gang, because fuck means fornication under consent of the king. So we've been trying to figure out who is the king. Who is the king right now that the planet is following. And is that king good? And so far, these kings have sucked, man. These kings have not been good. I don't know how to explain it to you, but as far as representing human beings and all the animals on the planet, I do not feel like these kings have been fantastic. And if that opinion gets me killed or tortured, then so be it. That definitely in 2020, Earth has been getting a raw deal. And it is weird that I've reached some type of elevatory status. That like I can have my disclosure with those who are listening on whatever way, because so few people have showed up to argue for the fate of all that lives now. You know? And I'm definitely like, this shit is fucked up, man. And so I do believe Captain Jack Sparrow is with me, and there are many other pirates and witches ready to do well for all people. We're going to see, though. Yes, definitely. I like to kiss the most beautiful women on the planet. I'm sorry if that offends you, your family, your fiance, whoever, but that has been my thing forever. I like to kiss the most beautiful women on the fucking planet. I like to wrap my hands around their waist and hold them fucking tight and listen to whatever noises they will make. And then feel like the luckiest man on the planet, in the galaxy, the solar system. It's just been a cool thing that happens, or happened up until 2018. And then, since then, shit has fucking sucked. So it's like the shit fucking sucks army rolls in. They're like, we're gonna make everything fucking suck. I'm like, you guys need to get the fuck out of town, especially out of Texas. We are done with you. But it's like, you know, June 30th, man. Who knows what's going to happen next? Y'all are super fantastic, awesome. And by keeping me away from the women I desire, I stay very quixotic. I recognize that. you and I together fighting for everything that has ever existed before us. And in many ways, that is super exciting. And I love every single pivot in my roulette wheel of crushes and muses. So crazy I'm here with you. So many guitar sounds we've been through. Words and sounds are crazy between us. Whiskey has made me obscene us. How many wars was I fighting tonight? How many? Seriously, how many wars am I supposed to fight? And then there we were at the edge of time. There we were at the edge of time. You and holy smokes. And gentlemen, please know, to this day I've communicated the best we've been. I am here, and the sun is up. Yeah, so I'm totally toasted, and on every second I'm roasted. Do I remember? So I'm just doing my best to enjoy playing guitar and having fun in life and all things beyond around. So at this point, at like 6:23, 29, 30, June time, last hours, I'm here. You, when we reach the midpoint of the year, 2020. So like I'm hanging out with the 20. And 20 be like, what you drinking? What you smoking? What you be like? And so technically I've been like all Pleasure Defense Commander all fucked up. There we go, there's your sound like is this working? shit is not. There is so much happening right now. And so it's like your political everything self launched into infinity. Like, how are you doing in infinity? How did your spirit and message endure through all of infinity? Here we go. In infinity. Like, so you and I are talking about motherfucking forever, man. You know what I'm talking about? And so, yeah, to me, ultimately, that sounds like if you could have the greatest woman of all time into forever infinity, that would be super fucking awesome. So that is like the zone I'm quietly trying to maneuver myself into. And so that like the ultimate masculine spirit could have the ultimate feminine spirit, and we could propel everyone into the ultimate spirit of the future, where things are good and we all enjoy the next 10 motherfucking years, man. That is what I'm into, and I've made no secret about it. The entire time that I have been here, you know? And so in that way, I feel like every single day, there's like a million spirits that are going to show up and be like, we're going to fuck up T. Lewison, the spirit that's behind Thor News, the Planetary Defense Commander, Stow Lord, New Thor 7 is behind whatever is being talked about in a sonic way. So I'm like, what? I don't even know. But at the end of the day, like I said, why is China fighting with India? Why is Pakistan fighting with India, fighting with China? Like, what is this war that we are fighting every motherfucking day? If we got a war scoreboard, the motherfuckers that are waging war, top 10, I'm there every fucking day plugging into like top motherfuckers, top 10 people who are declaring war. You're like, what are we fighting about? What is going on? Why are we fighting? And I'm the guy who's like the comedian that's like, why are we fighting? So that whatever amount of dudes you can have, 10, 9, or a zillion, like I'm like, why are we fighting? What the fuck is going on? Then you have X amount of answers, and still in the like super maximum awesome dude way, I'm there doing whatever I do. Being like, why are we fighting? And so for that reason, many and long, I think we're gonna work it out at the end of the day. Every day, these political ways, they're like, fuck man, I'm here. I'm your ultimate champion, Earth. That like, to pick one that is awesome. I am here and I am amazing. Spider-Man, Batman, whatever the motherfucking levels you're gonna pull out on me. And booties. Fuck. Okay, here we go. comes the war, the war, the war, the war. Here, 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 here comes the war, the war, the war. I'm super fucked up on the whiskey if you are inquiring about. I got to this point. Here, 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 here. So tired of fighting this war. Broken glass, shattered lungs galore. Here I am with the bottom is what we have been through. To my world, what I have been through. I am New Thor 7. Breakfast and eternity to you. So many times now we have been through. all the words I have understood. All the I've definitely officially been fucked up for the last 20 minutes. So whatever footage or collective digital data that you have taken, as Planetary Defense Commander, any day you can take the guitar, be like, I love you, baby. Love you, baby. I love you, baby. Okay. No. Do you even know? I don't even know. What if you don't know? What if you don't understand? What if you never hit that level yet and we were waiting? Hey. Wait. I'm fantastic. I'm fantastic. I'm in motion. I am feeling all the commotion. I'm fantastic. And I'm in motion. And I'm feeling all the commotion. So at the moment, I'm feeling extremely lucky, extremely blessed. Like, all right, if we were going to take every single moment I've had before me right now and stuff it into a fucking shot glass, that we've made this middle point of 2020. And I'm like here with you. Yeah, dude. I'm doing all me every second of this moment. Like, it is so fucking crazy that we're here June 30th. I'm a Planetary Defense Commander, and like, did I get, fuck, I fucked that up. See, I didn't do well. I don't even know. Alright, so we shall see what happens. Planetary defense. Sounds good. So, but technically, yeah, I've been saying, hey, I'm the king shit of planetary defense, man. Like, if you had to defend an entire planet, that like, I was pretty good at that shit. And so, like, if I'm bad, we'll see what happens. And if I'm good, we will see what happens. Yeah. 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 Like, if I had to express as an individual I'm so fucking tired of war. Like war, whatever it is. Yes, I'm crazy, I'm drunk, I am superfluous out. Well, I am done with doing 2020 the worst way possible. And I love you. It is true. Whoa.